fairly long agenda today with an in-camera session. Can I ask for agenda additions or approval? Councilor Stolberg?
I would like to approve the agenda with one bit of a change. If we could move the agenda package discussion on Gatsby Water into the first half of the meeting before lunch. I would be pleased that I have to leave for a funeral this afternoon. But if there's no other additions, I will approve the agenda as it's presented.
Yeah, Councilor.
There is that one agenda 7.26, the grader purchase.
7.2.
26. It's on the new, the new agenda that.
Also, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, we have to add the memo regarding the results of phase 2, Gatsby Rural Water.
Okay, that's
Your additions will be 13.2 Gatsby Rural Water Phase 2. It's in the one in front of you. 14.14 as an in-camera delegation, and 7.26 as a purchase of a 14 M grader.
okay.
They're
Just
blue and red on your agenda in front.
13.2 Gatsby Rural, in camera, 14, and 7.26. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
I will include all the additions in
Thank
that
you.
motion.
Thank you. Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Minute approval, 3.1, regular council meeting minutes, September 11th, 2024.
I can't read
No count. Yeah. Councilor Stevens?
We'll approve them as presented.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. We have a public hearing at 1 o'clock on land use bylaw. And delegation, Bashaw Wellness Team is in at 11. That would be for a 15-minute, for 15 minutes. Okay. And then if the next step, if we could call in camera, then we will go into, if I can get somebody to put us in camera. Councilor McKay?
I'll move us into camera.
And staff and everybody being in here.
Yeah, just need to vote on that.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? It's carried. Council Stouber,
I will make a motion that we defer decision on the Gadsby Rural Water Phase 2 till the November meeting.
would actually be 13. That would be 13.2. So deferred till November meeting. Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Councilor Stevens,
I'll make a motion that we bring back the connection fees to the next committee of the whole.
any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Okay. Council's request for information. The Stettler County Fair cost, Councilor Grover.
I already got them. And I can figure out roughly the 340 hours, whatever it was, per person. No, it's good. Just wanted to know what it was.
Any other questions, concerns on that? Thanks, staff, for preparing it. Can I get a, sorry about that. Can I get a receipt for information? Councilor,
I'll move that we receive it for information.
call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried. Nevis Rail, Councilor Nyberg.
So, we can table it till he's here, or I kind of have the gist of what it is he wanted to talk about, and it was the railway ties stacked in Nevis along the CP rail right of way. Concerned about leaking creosote, environmental concerns, I think was his main gist. Talked to the councillor about it or not, but I think his main objective was for the county to send a letter to CP asking them to clean them up.
I did hear rumors on that request, but I just also wonder if we couldn't have our county fire chief or the fire manager also just take a look at like the fire hazard if those caught on fire plus the smoke, I think is pretty dangerous off creosote burning. Just to have that in from a fire piece too. Councilor Grover?
You're talking about the ties out there?
Yeah, the piles of ties.
But, how long was it ago that they had them north of Red Willow? And at the end of the day, we couldn't do nothing about it.
And we had some piled on private land north of Gadsby.
They piled all over, but I think that, like the railroad there on that one, it's an active mine. They should be responsible for getting rid of them, not the county of Stettler. And you can't burn them because they got creosote in them. And so what do? Dig a hole and bury them? Tell them to Swan Hills? What do you do? It's a damn mess, it's what they are. But that should be, the outfit that owns that railroad. That's their problem to get rid of that.
I know, but it creates our problem when it's across one of our hamlets.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. Councilor Stevens?
I think his intent was to get a letter sent off asking what their plan was, when they anticipate cleaning them up. And I mean, is that taxed as a linear storage area or is it railway?
Whether there's anything there or not, it's railway.
So I mean, it never hurts to start the conversation and send a letter asking what their plan is and if they.
You see how those letters go when it comes to our approaches and everything, our crossings, but.
I mean, it's difficult to get upset with them about not answering a question that you didn't ask. So I think has to be the first step. So
Then the environmental hazard's one thing, and then the fire hazard's another thing to throw in that letter when we have our hamlet right across the road.
yeah, and I mean, not far from a creek either, if there is any leakage.
Red Willow had a fire in them. And then our fire department went out with fire. I realize that there's creosote in them, but somehow they gotta do something with it. I don't know. Maybe they hauled from Vancouver out to, they could have a backhaul. They could haul them back out to Vancouver when they're going out here to Coronation and up and all that garbage from Vancouver there. They could have a backhaul. They could pick up loads of ties and take it back out there, and people could build log houses out or something.
Well, it is, I know the one that.
You know, it seems like a one-way street all the time there is where I'm going with this.
And the ties actually.
I'm on a dumping station.
The ties that were piled north of Gadsby, the fire departments didn't put them out. There was no way they could put, it was burning so hot that they just basically had to monitor them to make sure they didn't.
Monitor it a bit, yeah.
Mr. Stevens?
I'm comfortable making a motion that we send a letter asking what their plan is and when they anticipate cleaning it up.
Yeah, it's a good start. Call the question, all in favor?
Wait a minute. I'd like to CC one to Nate Horner, our representative, that we want him to know about it. Thank you. Other than that, I'm ready to vote.
I'm comfortable with that as a friendly amendment.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. 6.3, acknowledge to Alberta Transportation paving in the county Highway 835 and Highway 855. Councillor Stillberg?
Yes, the province has paved two secondary highways in our county this year, Highway 835 in the Erskine Buffalo Lake area and Highway 855 down in the Bymore Endiang area. And the county's lobbied the government hard to get these improvements done. And the county's also lobbied the government on a number of issues to get things that would benefit our ratepayers. So we do have lots of wants and we ask for lots of things on behalf of our ratepayers. So I was thinking when we get something, I think that's when it's our turn to step up and thank Alberta Transportation for these improvements or the completion of these improvements in our area. So I'd like to make a motion that we draft a letter to Alberta Transportation as well as our MLA Nate Horner and to thank them for these projects, the completion of these projects.
So that would be to the minister?
Yeah, the Minister Devin Dreeshen and MLA Nate Horner.
Questions, concerns? Well, Councillor McKay?
Yeah, it's nice to have new pavement, or whatever, but that road, 835 north to Ocean Sands is so narrow. I don't know why they didn't expand it a little bit, but I know that they refused it. They were willing to put new top on, but forget about any shoulders. Like, that's a dangerous highway, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's certainly been addressed, but right away was a huge issue, and they did mill it as part of the solution to that, and it didn't gain a lot, Councillor McKay, but they did mill it down to somewhat to a lower base in order to, it widened it, I think, by 6 to 8 inches again. Yeah. I wouldn't want to go down there with equipment, but
That conversation with our provincial counterparts was a lot of beating our heads against the wall. I don't know how many times that has come up. And even the anticipated increase in traffic. Well, if the traffic increase, we'll deal with it later. Like it was the definition of insanity. Why deal with it now when we're mobilized? We can just send a crew out later if it requires.
But in that same sense, we see what our projects are costing us. And if you look at that piece of pavement to basically widen it through our hamlet and all the way to there would increase that cost by tenfold, if no more than that.
It'd be scary.
Yeah, it would be very scary. Even the right of way, even accessing the right of way would be a scary number. So I do know why they're there, and we got the second of two choices. At least they have a good surface to drive on them.
But I mean, we're gonna see the trickle down effect. This council on South Shore Road upgrades, we chose to go south to avoid 835. So this was kind of accepting. We realize you're not going to upgrade your highway to our standards, so we're going to spend millions extra to go around your highway and just sort of accepted it as a downloading cost.
Yeah, so.
The last upgrade that was on that was when Getty had come in here. So that'd be back in the early 80s. So if it lasts that long again, is going to outlive any of us here.
Even the old
The lake might be dried up by then. Yeah, but that road should go south too, but it didn't. And you got these trees sitting over there and she's lots of traffic. 56 highway never got widened. I don't know of a highway that's busier than that in our county, and it didn't get widened. It's still 27, 28 feet wide. I put a tape on it. It's not very wide, and it's these big loads, not campers.
Yeah, and it's these campers too, but, and it's year round, it's year round.
Oh, once in a while we got campers.
Yeah, I guess it is one of those pieces, and we've got so many paved roads.
Yeah, but I am glad they got to that one. Yeah, no, they still got a ways to go.
So, call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, our 11 o'clock delegation 5.1 Bashaw Wellness Teams. And I see we have someone online with that, so Andrew, I'll pass that to you.
You betcha. So, Jackie, hopefully you can hear us and we can hear you.
I can, yes.
Perfect, and we can hear you just fine. So I will turn it over to you. Do you have any screen sharing you need to do? Okay.
I do,
Let
please.
me just make sure you can.
And Andrew, while you're doing that, we'll just give a introduction so that he knows who's at the table here. Starting with you, Gregory.
Rick Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Bernie Gender, Stettler, good morning.
Dave Grover, Big Valley's counselor.
Larry Clark, Reeve, and Councilor Gatsby-Wata.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Good morning, Les Stulbert, Councillor Bymore Indian.
Good morning, Nikki Thorstensen, Communications.
Perfect, Director of Municipal Services.
Yvette Cassidy, CO.
We are missing Councilor Nyberg, isn't in attendance today, and Councilor McKay has just stepped away from the table. He'll be back soon.
Thank you.
We will let you take it over if you can share.
Take over. Well,
Perfect.
thank you. I'm Jackie Northey, and I'm the co-leader for the Bashaw Community Collaborative Response Team. And so what we are here today is to just go over a little bit about what we have been doing here in Bashaw, actually regionally, and the reason we have approached Stettler County is because some of the residents that we serve, or some of the constituents that we serve, are in your area. And so we just want you to know what we're doing, where we're going, and hopefully, down the road, you might be able to provide a letter of support or something for what we're trying to accomplish. So I'll get started. So what we're talking about is Bashaw's comprehensive collaborative response model. And our regional service area is the area that the RCMP detachment areas. And we've been working at this for about 10 years. So you can see that there's a portion of County of Camrose, Stettler, Ponoka, and Macomb that are part of that. And our Bashaw Wellness Team, it consists of a member of the RCMP, usually the leading, the senior leaders. So in this case, it would be the sergeant, the executive director for Bashaw District Support Services, principal of the school. Hello? Okay.
Just a throat clear.
Can you hear me? Good.
You betcha.
Okay, good. Thank you. Principal of the school. I'm the executive director for adult learning. We have the minister of the United Church, and then we have a number of health practitioners that we are working with, but right now it's with a clinical pharmacist. So what we do is we collaborate with community resource centers. So Bashaw has one, and we duplicated it in Alex. We have the municipal governments of Bashaw, Alex, Donalda, and obviously the 4 counties. 3 school divisions, 4 counties, FCSS program areas, both Bashaw and Alex we're working with. We've got 4 areas for Alberta Works and mental health offices, and 2 primary care networks. You can see that there's a lot of collaboration that has to happen to achieve what we're trying to achieve. So who we are is we've been 10 years with this model, and basically what it is any door is the right door. So and that sounds a little cliche because people use that all the time, but truly in Bashaw, that is exactly how it works. So what we do is it doesn't matter which area an individual walks into, whether it's the RCMP or adult learning or the school, wherever it is, there's that's the only door they have to enter, and we have referral forms that are unique or that are common for all of us, and we all work together and we all meet together to talk about the families and the strategies for families, as well as what our community needs and what we're missing. So you can see that we have quite a bit of conversation that goes on a lot around here, and we work in that entire region. So what we did was we developed a collaborative mindset. So I talk about that in terms of when we came around the table to talk about in rural communities, particularly smaller rural communities, there's where there's not a lot we can do if we're waiting for somebody to save us, if we're waiting for the government to save us or any level of government. We really have to step up and take care of ourselves. And the only way to do that would be to do it collaboratively, because otherwise we're in small communities, we often compete for volunteers, we compete for funding, grant funding, and we're competing for even event dates. And so what we did was we literally, figuratively, threw all of the assets onto the table for what we had in those 4 areas, and we divided them out and said, who does what best? And where can we, and then, because obviously there's duplication in everything we do. And so who does it best? And then leverage that resource and free up resources and supports to strengthen other areas that we're also doing. So obviously not everybody does exactly the same thing, but sometimes there is overlap. And then the gaps get filled when you're able to all come together and talk about what it is. So we combine our strengths and unite our efforts for our shared goals. We have a willingness to participate in collective problem solving, and we have an expertise of a collaborative team. So we encourage creativity and innovation and creation and all the things that we need to do a better job of taking care of our constituents. In our social model, and that's what I'm talking about right now, we have a navigator, and the role of the navigation in the collaborative model is playing a vital role in breaking down barriers for access for families and individuals that need the supports that you don't normally get. So when I use as an example, oftentimes if somebody comes in to use the food bank, there's lots of other supports that are needed and not just food bank. And so we're able to, through what we call a soft interview, pull out some of those extra supports and resources that they will need, and then we connect them to the relevant programs and services and supports. The key difference between just information and referral and navigation is that we advocate as well and support them through the process or through the system. And in my case, we have a lot of people who I've been in the system for 38 years working in advanced education, and I have a lot of trouble getting through the system. So somebody who's vulnerable and hurting would have a lot more trouble. So we're able to do that for them. And our goal is not to do it for them all the time. The goal is to get them started, advocate for them, and help build capacity so that they themselves can then do it the next time or 2 or 3 times later whenever they have some comfort around that. So we facilitate that communication and coordinate to streamline the access to services. So basically, we have no jurisdictions and no boundaries because we built it from the grassroots level. We don't have an oversight organization that tells us what we can and we can't do. So we really support people across county boundaries, health zones, and across the province. I just recently, you'll not hard to believe, but I got a referral from the Yukon, which is not normal, but word of mouth gets out there and you start to hear from other people. So our model is established and proven successful. We can easily pivot and we do all the time, because when you first set it up, it's not necessarily exactly how it should be. And so we have to pivot often to try to do the best we can for our community. We live in a collaborative mindset, and we've had 10 years successful adaptation to meet the needs of our community in the social sphere. But now we want to do what we want to do, and this is what we're excited to talk about, is expanding the model to include rural primary care. So the team today is so basically what we're trying to do is develop a primary care model that it encompasses all of the health practitioners that we might need in these rural communities. And so we have, I'm just going to check and see if I had too quickly. No. So what we have, basically the model is that this community would own the clinic or the facility that we're going to use. We would pay for, or we would own it, we would govern it, we would have oversight over it, and the practitioners just get to come in and deliver. So what that does is doctors often, or at least now we know that the new doctors that are coming out of school are not interested in 24/7. They're interested in a work-life balance. They're interested in being part of a community, having a family life. And so, and oftentimes when health practitioners come out of school, they came out because they had a passion for medical or health in some manner. And now all of a sudden they have to run a business too. And that makes it difficult. And so what makes that difficult for them is they're running a business, but it makes it difficult for small communities because when they decide to leave the community, then they take the entire business with them. And this way, we own the facility. We have an old hospital in Basha that we're going to use, and we will use that to house the practitioners, and then they will just come in and practice. We hope that will include, we do hope to include doctors and pharmacists and nurse practitioners and all the people that we need. The one thing we're already doing in Basha is we have a shared electronic medical records between the pharmacy and the medical clinic, which is supposedly unheard of. Doesn't happen very often, but that's the collaborative effort that went on in Basha. And then we have navigation, obviously. So when you combine the social services with the health services, now we've got social determinants of health that we're going to support the entire person. So the holistic view of what they need. And we would work collaboratively with the health practitioners. So we're kind of closing the loop on the social one to include the health model. And what we hope to do once this model is up and running is that we will be able to outreach to other communities to help them also create what they need to move forward. So our next steps is we're in a position to innovate and add primary care to our model. We have 4 physicians prepared to join us and offer 3 to 4 days of care per week. We have 1 full-time nurse practitioner. We have RNs and LPNs. We would like 1 of each full-time, and we'd like a clinical pharmacist, 1 full-time. So we would expand our tech from shared EMR to ensure adequate resources for virtual care as well, and expand the collaboration between the network of social and health service sectors to strengthen the navigation piece and ensure that there is wraparound service. And then finally, again, deliberate regional and community outreach, because what we believe is that it's really great for us, all our small communities, to innovate and create things that help our communities. But if in Alberta, if as rural communities, we don't start to support each other, and we really believe that if you take the microcosm of the Basha model and expand it rurally, that as rural communities, we could start to collaborate and work together and leverage resources in the same fashion. And so that would be our goal down the road, is to do that. And we know the 4 physicians that we have is already a collaborative partnership with another health clinic in Central Alberta. And so all we're waiting for at this point is there is a funding model coming out through Alberta Health, and that would get us started. And then it will take some, and then again, we have a facility that we hope we'll be able to use, and we'll get started with the primary care piece of our network. So we want to make use of all Alberta's 4 pillars, and I don't know if you know this, but in Alberta Health, they're kind of carving up AHS a little bit, and it's going to have 4 pillars. So it's going to have urgent care for hospitals and that sort of thing, continuing care, primary care, and mental health and addictions. And the nice thing about this model is that it then allows us to combine all 4 as well, and so that it doesn't silo those 4 pillars as well on top of it all. We're going to design it around the Alberta Social Progress Index with the rural context, create that model where we allow them to just show up and practice, strengthen and scale up our current resources to better meet our primary care requirements. The navigator role will be very important, and it is literally team-based care. So what will happen in the clinic that we are modeling this after, they don't have any wait times. They don't have people. They can usually get in the same day, often the next day, because the sore throats and the ears and the colds get treated first in a triage fashion. So the nurse practitioner or the clinical pharmacist or the RN can treat them first. And that frees up doctors to really respond to the calls and the patients that are really needed for a doctor and that won't be served well by a nurse practitioner or a clinical pharmacist. So that's what we're hoping, is that it's a team-based primary care and that we share our learnings to provide for expansion of rural primary care and comprehensive community care engagement. So that's the goal. And I know we went through this pretty fast, but what we're hoping is that we've already met with all of the counties except for Stettler. This is our last one today, and everybody was pretty excited about what we had to offer, and is willing to kind of look and support us down the road, either with a letter of support or something as we move forward for funding in various areas. We've got several places that we are moving forward in funding. And like I said, the constituents for sure of Donalda, which are the ones that are in your county and in the surrounding rural area, would be part of the region we would serve. And we would guarantee that those people in those regions would always have access to primary care. Maybe, I don't know if they end up with a family doctor, but they certainly would end up with one of the doctors, if not a family doctor. So I don't know, that was really quick. I know that 15 minutes is about all you have. And so I just wanted to go through that and see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Jackie. That was very quick, but also very thorough. So Councillor Stevens has a question.
You had indicated that you already had 4 doctors signed up. Are they new to the area, existing?
So they won't be doctors that will live in our area. They're doctors that are coming from that other clinic we're collaborating with, and they will come and serve the public here. So I think they're going to go back and forth between the 2 clinics. It's a collaboration between the 2 clinics.
And you also brought up that you were waiting on Alberta Health to announce a new funding model. Are you looking at a capitation or a blended capitation model for this health clinic?
Well, the blended capitation model is what the other health clinic that we're going to collaborate with is using. And they do, and they love it. But I don't think that I'm not sure that that's available to us anymore. I think that the new funding envelopes will come out that are slightly different. I don't know if you all saw, but there was came out, which is the Rural Health Action Plan, came out last week at the end of the week. And that kind of describes what it is they're looking for rural health. And they're going to, and if you read the document, it really almost covers the exactly what we're proposing in a model. So we're feeling like if the 5 focus areas of that Rural Health Action Plan, that we actually meet all of them. So we're kind of excited about that.
Any other questions? Councillor Stillberg?
Is this pretty much a carbon copy of the Sylvan Lake project?
Yeah, well, it would be from the primary care perspective. Sylvan Lake actually is the one we're collaborating with. But so it is from a primary care, but what Sylvan Lake doesn't have that we have is the social piece. So basically we have all of the social sectors working together already. And then if you combine that with the health, then we now have social and health serving all of the constituents in the same place. And so nobody kind of gets dropped between the gaps or between the cracks. And we hope that it actually reduces the gaps entirely.
Okay, and would some of the appointments be virtual?
Yes, there will be virtual, but we will have full-time 5-day-a-week care. The only time we think virtual might come into play is if the weather's bad and the doctors can't make it on the road, then that's what we would do, is we would have virtual care available. And I suppose there's still some doctors that would use virtual care occasionally as well too. So, if they're doing a follow-up or whatever, but no, it's not based on virtual care. It's definitely based on in-person.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Yeah, well, no, thank you very much, Jackie. That is,
Thank you.
it is, and it's an interesting way of trying to tackle this, the healthcare and the social programs within your community, because every community as rural, we all know what those challenges are now.
Yeah, exactly. So we're like I said, down the road, we have been working with Stettler, with the Stettler Circle of Services. They to try to duplicate the social model and they are doing a really great job of it. We just actually met with them yesterday again to see how they were doing. And so I suspect that Stettler would be our, if this model is successful, we would want to, support Stettler down the road. I know that you guys are also looking at health issues or health models that you want to use. So hopefully we can still have conversation and share our learnings with you.
Yes, well, we've had that real push on Stettler needs, like a community organization, Stettler needs doctors. So we're looking at focusing our doctor recruitment committees and, to get our hospital back up and being a very active hospital again that people can be transferred to. And we know that the emergency room doors are going to be open.
Yeah. Yep. So hopefully we can have some things we can share with you or work together to help you or whatever it takes. But your social services are starting to look at the same model and working together. They do a lot of collaboration. And I think that you've got a real good start in Stettler.
Good. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we bid Jackie goodbye? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Jackie.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Okay, we would, new business. Here's a request for decision, October committee of the whole date change, page 8 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They're requesting that we change the committee of the whole meeting to Wednesday, October 23rd as the 24th. We have staff out on training. I guess what's happening?
Microphone's just not working.
No, can you hear me?
Not real well, but
It's working. You just keep speaking into it and it should be fine.
So, yeah, that's just a request to reschedule.
any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Or I guess we have to make a motion. Why you had your hand up early? I thought you were just really pushing us because you have to be gone by noon, but yeah, you are pushing us. Yep.
We actually need a motion to vote.
Yeah, you're right, we do.
So I'll make the motion. We move the date to the 23rd.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? You're in favor, Councilor Grover?
We're moving it from
The
the
Wednesday to the
23rd,
Wednesday, and
24th, and we got that thing in Erskine
ASB is moving to Thursday,
at
but
3 o'clock.
I think what you're talking about in Erskine is,
Yeah, MP,
and yeah, so it's an evening.
It'll start at 4 p.m.
Okay. 7.2, request for decision, November committee of the whole date change. Page 10.
Great.
This one,
Oh, right, yeah.
This one, council had requested a prior committee of the whole that we try and engage Paul Salvatore with municipal experts, I think is the firm. And we were not able to book him for a regular meeting date. But the Tuesday seemed pretty close. So we're recommending council swap.
Councilor McKay.
I have no problems with moving it, so I'll move that we move it to the 26th of November, the Tuesday.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. 7.3, request for decision, Festival of Lights 2024, page 11 of the package.
This is an annual event that the county participates in. Nikki, did you want to speak to it?
Sure. This one will be their 10th anniversary of Light the Night, and they're looking for exhibits again. We have traditionally put together an exhibit for the county of Stettler over at the museum. So we're looking for council's direction today.
Mr. Stevens?
Just for clarification, I think their agenda has an error.
Yeah.
It's Festival of Lights, which would be the Health Foundation's event. And this one's the Light at Night, which is the museum. But
Yeah, that's kind of what was going on.
But it's a very good,
I just step back in order. Do we just change that now?
Yeah, it is fine. That's just a brain error. Festival of Lights is page 220. This, yes, is meant to be the Light the Night discussion for the RFD.
it's in the right order in the agenda package.
Yep.
If you look at the background. It's a great event, and it's only become more popular since they added the elevator to Santa. That seemed to have been a big hit. So I'll make the motion that we go with staff recommendation 1.
I guess the only question I have on that is, do we have staff time to do this? Because it is a big drainer of staff time. They do a wonderful job.
We're hoping we can put something together. I know last year, last minute, they requested candy bags for your elevator, Santa elevator or something.
Oh.
So we were scrambling.
Together, every single candy bag that was given out at the elevator event for the like, and Greg.
I was unaware that we got.
And that was a scramble even over and above all the effort put into the lighting. So maybe as being on that board, if you can maybe get ahead of that this year for us.
Yeah.
And
I think, the county of Stettler did it last year. I think the town of Stettler should do it this year.
I can definitely bring that back to a board meeting.
thank you. We have a motion on the table. All in favor? That would be carried. 7.4, request for decision, re-policy AG 3.02, vegetation control, page 15 of the package.
Mr. Chairman, the next several items are policies that you have debated at Committee of the Whole and at the Ag Service Board. They have been put on the webpage for public consultation and have all come back with no questions or concerns. So do you want us to read each one, or do you?
I think in the interest of time, unless there's questions, that staff would not introduce each of the next 16 RFDs. And then you guys can just make each, you still need to make a motion for each. But unless there's questions, we're happy to jump on.
Is there anybody that's going to be in objection to that, or can we just walk through them one at a time and based on what the titles are? Because we did go through them down at Committee of the Whole, and they have been on the website.
Right.
Yeah. Seeing no issues, we'll tackle them that way. 7.4, request for decision, re-policy AG 3.02, vegetation control, page 15. Councilor McKay?
I'll move that we accept number 1, to accept it.
Okay. Any questions? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. 7.6, request for decision, re-policy AG 3.04, tree acquisition.
7.5.
Okay, 7.5, okay, request for decision, 3.03, control of club root disease. I was trying to speed through them a little. Thank you.
Make the motion to accept it as it's been amended.
Call the question, all in favor? Okay. 7.6, request for decision, policy AG 3.04, tree we're at tree acquisition now, so. Councilor Gender?
I'll go along with the approved proposed amendments, please.
Call the question, all in favor? 7.7, request for decision, re-policy AG 3.05, wild boar, page 29.
Slightly different note on this one, Mr. Chair. This one is for, to be rescinded.
Not amended.
Okay. That's okay.
I'll move that we rescind it as per number 1.
Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. 7.8, request for decision, re-policy AG 3.06, pest and nuisance control on county right-of-ways, page 32 of the package. Councillor Stevens?
I'll move staff recommendation number 1.
Call the question, all in favor? 7.9, request for decision, re-policy AG 3.07, control of virulent blackleg, page 35. Councillor Stillberg?
I'll move option number 1 to approve.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. 7.10, request for decision, re-policy AG 08, soil conservation, page 38 of the package. Councillor Gender?
If they approves the proposed amendment.
Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. 7.11, request for decision, re-policy AG 3.09, use of equipment, page 41. Councillor McKay?
I'll move that we accept the recommendations for the opposed amendment.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? 7.12, request for decision, re-policy AG 3.10, water management projects, page 46. Councillor Gender?
Accept the proposed changes.
Call the question, all in favor? Would be carried. 7.13, request for decision, re-policy AG 3.11, grazing right-of-ways, page 49. Councillor Stillberg?
I'll make that motion.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. 7.14, request for decision, re-policy AG 3.12, Animal Health Act, page 52, the packet. Councillor Grover? You'll move it. Call the question, all in favor? That'll be carried. 7.15, request for decision, re-policy CN 1.03, council service recognition, page 55 of the package. Councillor Gender?
Yes, please.
You'll move it. Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councillor Stevens opposed. (7.16) request for decision, re-policy PW 2.28, snow plowing service standards, page 57 of the package. Councillor Stevens?
I'll move staff recommendation number 1.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? Were you in favor, Councillor Stewart?
Yes.
Okay, carried. 7.17, request for decision, policy PW 2.29, grading and snow plowing service to private property, page 61 of the package. Councillor Stevens?
I'll move staff recommendation number 1.
Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councillor Grover opposed. Carried. 7.18, request for decision, policy AF 6.20, acceptance of payments. Councillor Gender?
As proposed, please.
Call the question, all in favor? It's carried. 7.19, request for decision, re-policy AF 6.21, public participation, page 69 of the package. Councillor Stillberg?
Move that. It's gotta look at, where is the? Is it listed?
Page 69.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page, sorry. Okay, yes, option one.
Option one. Call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.20 or 7.20 request for decision, brain conference funding request. I think we need conversation on this one. Eh?
We are done with the rapid fire policies.
Hey,
That sounds like an auction.
Look at you guys.
Were you keeping up, Michelle?
when you guys started voting against things, it got a little hairy there. Do you want me to see
So,
this?
Yeah, this one came from, can't remember if this one came in. We were asked to put
We
it,
actually might be able to-
right, we were asked to put this on through the Battle River Research, I think.
Forrest Hagan
Yeah.
that asked a lot of questions about it, but I didn't know how to answer it. It was Forrest Hagan that brought this to my attention, but I didn't know how to answer it, so I directed him to administration to try to answer the question, so.
So he's looking for sponsorship to attend this conference, correct?
Sort of, he is on the committee for this conference. They are bringing it to Camrose, it sounds like, for the first time. It has been held at the University of Calgary and other various areas around Alberta. It is to encourage knowledge about traumatic brain injury and brain studies in local communities and healthcare professionals. They have also asked for funding from other local counties, including Painter and Camrose and Beaver and Flagstaff, and they've all committed $1,000 in support of that.
Councilor King?
Seeing that the other counties have participated in this, I would recommend that we do the same, equal the $1,000 funding.
Our faithful rural development funds?
There certainly can be brain injuries and farming accidents. Councilor Stevens?
Is this available at a fee or free to healthcare workers? I just trying to understand a little bit more about it.
Know that part of it, what the fee is. They were just trying to get it up and going to see if the county would be involved with it, so.
I would
There
say,
is a fee associated with registration. After September 15th, it is $200 to go to the conference. Yeah,
and prior to that, it was
$150.
If we're going to go down this road of supporting it, I think it makes sense to share it with our local AHS reps to see if any of the staff wish to attend or see value in it. If we're going to sponsor it, it would make sense that our local community members had the opportunity. If you'll accept that as
Absolutely. Yep.
You got that, Michelle?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? You're in favor, Councilor Brewer? Opposed? You're opposed? No. 7.21 request for decision, purchase of speed trailer, page 76 of the package.
Yeah, I can take this one. Clint did want to be here, but I know he was trying to help out planning development this morning. So this is the speed trailer that was considered as part of budget 2024. The budget amount that we put in was 15,000, and none of our quotes met that budget mark. We effectively got two different types of quotes. The Vermac display, which is pretty typical to what we've shared with the town in the past. The lowest bid on that was 17,000. And then there was also a speed alert sign at 21,000 and then a bigger version at 27,000. So the difference between the Vermac and the speed alert is the speed alert can also just serve as mobile signage in general. And there are attachments to this RFD that do show you sort of the differences. And so this would be the the size of the speed alert 24. So while and council can choose any one of these bids, but administration is recommending that we utilize this, discussing with communications and the way that they could utilize this for events promotion and be a mobile billboard as well as the speed sign. We would get a lot more use out of it. And we would be able to fund the differences. We've got the 15,000 in capital that we had planned for, and then there are amounts in protective services operations and communications operations that could cover off the discrepancy.
And I'd just like to speak to the fact that since our relationship with the town has become a little not so advantageous as it was, where we had better access to it, we used it a lot. And since we haven't been able to utilize it as much as we did in the past, we've been getting a pile of complaints from communities where speed has become, a factor, and it's in their way of life. It's getting dangerous, and this speed sign helped us immensely. I just got one this morning from Scenic Sands. They're having difficulty up there with speeders, school buses, people turning into the subdivision. So
Have they raised their issue with the school board, with the school buses?
that I'm not sure of, but speed is a factor.
When I inquired, when I received this phone call, they had not yet reached out to Clearview.
That should be a pretty, I would think, short conversation when your buses are speeding in your communities. Councilor Grover?
Go ahead, and then
No, I was.
I think they're a great deal. I want to know if that comes out of their budget, does it?
Yes.
And it's in the budget to have it?
We budgeted 15, it's over budget, but we've got like $4,000 or $5,000 in
If
computer.
you budgeted 15, it's 28.
No, it's not that high.
Yeah, well, for the one that protective services is recommending, it would be 28.
Oh, okay, I missed that.
Yeah, so that's your sign because it's the 24-inch by 60-inch size, and it's the most useful for the non-speed stuff. If council doesn't see the value in that, any of the other low bids are options.
Yeah, I apologize, I thought it was 18.
Oh, I only question asked, so we have that money out of their,
Yeah, we put in funds every year.
out of their money, it's not coming out of.
Well, what we can do is if they're a little bit short, if they don't have anything left in operations at the end of the year, we can pull it out of general reserves. Last year, we put quite a sum into general reserves from saving on just operations.
28,000, right?
Yeah, it's higher than what we budgeted for by 13,000.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
It's also more than what we budgeted.
Yeah, so and that's why we're bringing it to the council this way, because when we discussed with council at budget time, the expanded use as a mobile billboard was not a consideration. And so we wanted to bring this as we do think that would bring some operational benefit to us.
Stevens?
I'd like a little more information. Maybe I got a little overwhelmed with the various options about the annual cost related to the data involved. And
Yeah, so
is that something we require?
I think we can get away from any of that annual cost. Because we would be able to still control it locally. So the first year being included through that initial data subscription, it'll at least give us a chance to see, either way it comes with it, right? It'll give us a chance to see if that's worth it. But I doubt it is. I think as we'll almost always be moving this when we need to change things or access the data, using it locally from your phone, connecting to it wirelessly would be just fine too. So
we could advertise, public events or town hall meetings or pancake breakfasts.
That's what it just clicked, when we did the breakfast at the museum, when we did the breakfast at the county fair. You have that out in a corner in town or somewhere, that says county Stettler pancake breakfast from such and such to such and such.
I mean, this is kind of a different thing, I guess. I don't know what the right word is, but we put the flashing out of Crossway signs out in Erskine, And we haven't had any trouble with them at all. They've been up over 5 years. And I think they're kind of like around the same as this. You should see those things light up at night. Like if you ever happen to be going through Erskine and somebody presses the button, I mean, you can see it for miles. So they really do work effectively.
I've caught myself at the one in town at the rec board, as well as the new ones that were added at Castor, where they slow down coming into their community on the highway, and it definitely grabbed your attention. You're really quick, actually. So I do think they're effective. Another question on the traffic data. So could this be used for getting traffic counts?
Yes. Yes, it can also help with traffic counts.
And they all come with some sort of theft detection, I saw. Is that correct?
Tying the dog to the trailer.
Alerts for tampering. Yeah, you never, a guy shooting it from the side of the road, we're never gonna, we're never gonna stop that. But at least with these ones, they recognize typically that, even though this one does include a camera, it's not a photo radar. It is not taking pictures to charge. It's not capable of meeting the legislative requirements for that. The camera is simply for the data logging side. That's for more of the traffic count side to see the classifications of trucks and things like that. So you can, get the difference between where radar-based traffic counters will typically classify things by the length of the vehicle. You can break that down a little bit further by saying, okay, well, that was an RV versus a green truck.
I will make the motion to purchase the Speed Alert 24 and trailer for protective services from All Traffic Solutions for $27,284 plus GST.
Councillor Taylor?
So is this protective services recommendation?
Yes. Along with input from other departments that would utilize it.
As long as the price is justified in between them, because there's down here 2 for 1, if the other one would be on.
Certainly. Yeah, we're definitely, like I said early on, if council doesn't like the price, you don't have to like the price. And you can pare it down to.
That was not the question, whether we like the price.
But yes, we do feel that the value is there, particularly in how much more we could utilize it, because we do occasionally rent out the big magnetic fluorescent signs, which personally I don't love the look of those, but that's just a personal preference. We could utilize that type of messaging a lot more frequently because we wouldn't be renting those. So I do think over the life of this, we would see a return on that investment.
Concern I have is, say, like we're getting recommendations or requests for so darn many places. Is it going to be better off to have, say, like 2, I'll say slightly, not the quality, to be able to put in different places and more or multiple places compared to just one?
Well, if you leave them for a long period of time in any one place, they become redundant. It's better to move them around. I mean, this would have worked perfect up at the lake last summer when all of a sudden it's the May long weekend. Bar W opened up and we had no way of keeping traffic off of Bayview Street. This would have been the perfect thing, but at the intersection and move traffic the way we wanted it to.
Yeah, so I would say based on the requests we have now, it does feel like a lot of requests. They're very rarely overlapping requests. Typically, you will get a community that wants it, they have it for a bit, and then as Yvette alluded to, the sign blindness kicks in and people start ignoring it. And by that point, it's time to move it to a next community anyways. I don't foresee us, nor can I remember a time where 2 would have been advantageous to us versus the ability to use this on pretty well full-time through the year, that if we're not trying to target speeding or traffic infractions, that we could utilize it for messaging.
And if you remember back with the town, basically we fixed it. We would use it and then they would ask for it. And then it got to the point where they were moving it all over town. So I guess it doesn't need fixing again. So we have a motion on the table. Councilor Gordon.
I think I'm gonna agree with Mr. Chandler. We should have maybe got two instead of the one. Just about for, well, a few more dollars, but you'd end up two, put them in different places.
They would only do the speed though, correct?
Yeah. Just
Just
for speed.
traffic counts.
And I'm with, it should have a sensor in it, like, OnStar and Chev vehicle, where you track it. Because somebody's probably gonna hook onto it and pull it somewhere.
You know, every time we used the towns for years, we didn't have that problem. It was not an issue. I like the fact that these will help with the traffic counters. Yeah. I think, we shared the one with the town. It worked effectively. We just didn't have the access to it that we did a couple years ago. So we felt strongly with the request coming in that we needed our own. I think, why don't we get this one, try it for a couple years? If it's a rip-roaring success and the requests keep coming in, then maybe we budget for another one.
So this shared with the town, were we financially shared with it, or we just borrowed or rented?
Well, the story is that and they last a long time based on the age of that one, right? So somehow it got stored in one of our buildings and it was buried in the back and somebody was cleaning out the building and brought it out and the tires were flat, the battery was dead. It looked pretty like it should probably go to the dump, but somebody took the initiative and cleaned it up, replaced the battery, put new tires on it, and figured out that it worked pretty effectively. So we started to use it, and it was working effectively. I think at one time we even insured it, but then we looked, basically to get a bill sale of it. That's when we discovered that it was the town, and then the town wanted to use it also.
Because I was kind of wondering whether it's like the hydrovac situation.
Yeah, the hydrovac was a little bit different. It was a municipal sponsorship grant, which those grants aren't available anymore. And it was the town put in their portion, the county put in their portion, Denelden, Big Valley, Bluff, and Gatsby put in their portion. The town bought the hydrovac truck or the vac truck, and I think it was a little more than what funding we got with the grants, but it was pretty close. Of course, when we went into it, knowing that the town would be the majority user of it. And then as it was such a great piece of equipment and worked really well, and the town was utilizing it more and more, the rest of us didn't get an opportunity to use it to the degree that we wanted to. And of course, it's Alberta. If you want to do work, it's usually in the summer, spring, summer, early fall. So at that time, then the town bought the rest of us out on our grant allocations, and we went our merry way. So that truck became the town's. Yeah.
That was a poor thing, and we ended up, every time we needed to use it, we had to go rent one, so we might as well just rent one. For what little we use it, we probably should just rent one anyhow, rather than own. Thank you. That hydrovac wasn't good. Well, not a good investment. They used it 96% of the time.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the table. Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grover opposed.
Just the price.
Seven point 2.2, request for decision, Reed County of Stettler seed cleaning plant funding assistance, page 92 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just an RFD to solidify the request that I made last week when we were doing strategic planning to assist the seed cleaning plant with some cash flow issues.
Councilor Stettler.
I will make the motion that council approves the grant for $10,000 to the Stettler Sleep Cleaning Plant to assist with operations, to be funded from operations or taken from the Ag Reserve.
Councilor Grover.
Do we want to put in there that they have to keep a proper bookkeeper to get this money?
I think it's kind of hard to.
Can we put that in, or just that's what we think?
I think it's kind of hard to put those kind of parameters on a grant, but I'm trying to have a better relationship with the chair of the board so that we know what's going on. And if they need assistance, that
You wouldn't have had
he
it.
feels comfortable reaching out and calling, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens?
I do think it's appropriate to explain that I agree with the concern that Councillor Grover brought up. I think it would be appropriate to explain that the chances of this happening in the future, if you decided to not keep a bookkeeper, are somewhere between slim and none. I mean, that's a conversation we can have. Or our committee member can have.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. 7.23, request for decision. Reapproval of strat plan 2025, page 93 of the package.
Sorry, good morning. And the strategic plan has been workshopped through council workshops for 3 full days this fall. And what we did was reviewed existing strategic plan, which we do every year. And then from that, we develop the new strategic plan and any adjustments or alterations. So before you is council's workshop strategic plan from pages 94 to 95 for your consideration.
Councillor Stevens?
I will move that we approve the strategic plan as presented.
Questions or concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Thanks, Nikki. 7.24, request for decision, Erskine Streetlights, page 96 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Greg and I and Councillor Nyberg met with ADCO Electric to basically review the streetlights that have been installed, and the old streetlights had new lighting put in place. And so we have now completed area 1, area 2, and area 3. It was brought to our attention that there's a gap in the street lighting along Park Street, and that it's quite dark. And I'm not the expert on Erskine, but Park Street seems to be kind of one of the main thoroughfares because it goes from the curling rink to the hall. So you're the area council, you're probably better at it, but yeah.
It's used from the curling rink to the hall as well as from the hall to the school. So it kind of gets trapped on both.
I did Tracy Volker, because I think she actually is either from Erskine or still lives in Erskine. She took some pictures at dusk to show the lighting. And I think the residents are genuinely fairly happy with it because we haven't heard any complaints. I was nervous about the highway lighting because instead of it branching out, now it's more, on a spot. But you can definitely see that dark spot, which is causing some concerns about safety. So when we met with them, they presented to us that we install one more pole at number 6 Park Avenue, and then the light would pretty well finish lighting up that street and that area from the hall, the school, and the curling rink. At that time, it was estimated that it would cost $6,000 and that they could have it installed by the end of this month because they have some more work to do out in Erskine before the end of the year, or like before the snow flies, and that would complete this job. While we were sitting here, we got a quote. I sent it to you. We got a quote from ADCO, and basically there's no cost to us because of the invested way that we've moved our streetlights from the non-invested to the invested. And it looks like, unless I'm reading that wrong, that ADCO is covering the cost. So the original cost would be $23.98, and ADCO's available investment for this light would be the same price. So no cost to us, just a little bit monthly for a streetlight charge.
Stevens?
I'll move that we approve the installation of the new pole and light. I'll leave the cost off since that's somewhat in question. Up to them. Is it appropriate to give a maximum, or are we confident with this new quote.
You can put it in but they're pretty good. I'm gonna sign it at 0, so I'm hoping it stays there.
Okay, I'll put the estimate as up to a maximum of 6,000. Hopefully we don't have to pay as discussed.
Questions, concerns? This has been a topic of discussion, this street here for numerous years about the safety and activity levels, and especially in the winter months. So
I'm anxious to see this one completed and off the books.
The only concern that we did hear was raised is a resident over in, towards the Truckville. Yeah. Towards the Truckville, where there wasn't streetlights, where we actually did put up, I think, 5 new poles of streetlights. Is that,
There was a resident in Volker Crescent that was not happy, did not want any streetlights whatsoever, was disappointed. He had not heard of the project and had strongly recommended that if we were going to make a change as substantial as streetlights, that he should have either received registered mail to everyone in Erskine, or else we should have door knocked to every residence. And those were the 2 lines of communication that he would accept. Advertising the way we did at our town hall, our Facebook, our meetings, our website, and our county connections were all deemed insufficient by this individual. So I understand that he was caught off guard, but I also explained that the cost to send out mailouts for every time we discuss a streetlight was not something I was willing to support.
So we can overdo our services to some people.
Well, we try very hard to communicate. Did we miss the mark sometimes? Yes, we do. And for that, I apologize, but we genuinely do try very hard to get it out the best we can. And our most effective way is through the county connections, on our webpage, through social media, and we have done mail outs for, anything like a water shut off or problem with the sewer. So that, to me, that's life altering. A street light, for most people, they're great because they're a safety. They just make everything safer.
On that topic, I would strongly encourage anyone that feels that there is not the proper info to actually get engaged. When we do public outreach, reach out to your counselor to seek the information as opposed to sitting back. I'm always shocked in the last 3 years how little people get involved or are willing to get informed until it's an issue.
And I do think most of rural residents would not complain if you wanted to put a yard light up for no cost in their yard. Operating cost, I think most would fully
Yeah, I'll
accept it.
take one. You want one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ernie?
So these 2 pictures that are there, the one in the south or in the bottom, that is the first one. And then the next one is the street up, is it?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not the expert, but it certainly is lighting it up a lot better than it used to. I mean, there's nothing worse than, I even know going home at night, you drive into a dark yard, like I love my yard light.
I think the 2 pictures are the same street, just different directions.
Actually, I think it's the same direction. I think this is with the photographer standing in the dark spot, and this is having backed up out of the dark spot to show you where that dark spot is. Because if you look at this piece right here, it does match this lit up piece on the side of the house.
Good. Okay. We have a motion on the table. Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Is lunch is here? No, we're not. Okay, so we'll keep moving forward. 7.25, request for decision, re-office holiday closure date, 102.
So this is an annual present that council gives to staff every year. We bring it back every year to be approved. This is it's definitely, our employees appreciate it very much. Gives them some extra time to spend with family, and that's very important to everyone. This was a weird year, the way Christmas came, but it's basically like last year where we require that, I guess, 3 additional days, because we can't bring them back on January 1st unless we want to pay double time. So we have to come back on January 2nd to meet employment standard law. Also, we have administration and public works staff on call in case, a snowstorm or a crisis arises. So my recommendation would be that we close at noon on December 24th and then reopen on Thursday, January 2nd, 2025.
And that's full office, that's full office.
Public works and admin. Yeah.
Councilor McKay?
I'll move that we accept the proposal to close the office down, office and maintenance.
Councilor Grover?
My question is, how many graders plow snow do we gonna have while the Christmas holidays are? Okay, how many can we put out there if we get a bad?
If we get a bad storm, they'll all be out there.
All of them?
Yeah.
Good, fair enough.
Public Works is gonna.
Absolutely. If we have a weather incident, all graders, all staff will be available for that
So
incident.
we got caught once before, right?
We were plowing snow in Big Valley, I think, last year
Yeah.
at Christmas, right at Christmas time.
Yeah, the village had a problem because they had no equipment and no public works people. We were down there plowing snow.
So it showed.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know Big Valley. I was talking about the county center.
No, I know, but we part and parcel.
Sometimes, Dave, we have a grader go down. I mean, whether it's Christmas or it's the middle of April, if something goes wrong, they go down. So that grader comes out till we get it repaired. We also, I think it was a couple of years ago, we were plowing ice is what we were plowing, and we had a grader slip into the ditch. The grader was in the ditch because it went in the dark, and I called the guys off and I said, I don't want you pulling that grader out. And then when it's dark out, put up the signs, put up the barriers, and we'll pull it out in the morning so we can see what we're doing. And I think it was back on the road by 11 o'clock that morning.
Okay. We have a motion on the table, call the question, all in favor? Carried. And 7.26, request for decision, repurchase of 14M road grader, additions to page 7.
So I'll let Greg probably speak to this, but just to let council know that you did approve the purchase of this when we did the 5 grader purchase. This 14M was supposed to arrive in 2025 and it arrived in 2024. So we're just want council to approve the purchase in 2024 to satisfy basically our audit requirements. You have anything on it?
Just to add to that, as you can see by the final invoicing that was submitted from Pinning to the county, all of our numbers do match up in regards to the pricing on that grader and warranty costs included. Previous to GST, they do match the request for decision that was granted by council for the purchase of the 14M grader. So the grader was, as stated, received a year early, which is not a terrible thing in that regard, and the fact that we are able then to get it fitted and ready to roll previous to this winter season coming up.
Councilor Grover? I'll move it. Hey, just a question on were we financing these or were we?
We may finance that in 2025 because that's what was scheduled to be done when we originally approved it. But we'll take a look at that coming up in this budget where we may finance this purchase of this grader in 2025 plus the rebuild. But right now we'll take it out of reserves and deal with it in 2025.
Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. I don't know where we are for lunch right now. That takes us out of new business and we're into
Delegations.
public.
I would appreciate a recess.
You sure?
The rest of council's with.
Okay, we'll recess for lunch, but we have to be back here right at 1 o'clock too for a public hearing. 4.1 bylaw 1728-24 land use bylaw amendment. It is 3. So I will declare the meeting open at 1:03 and welcome all participants. Do we need to do introductions? Maureen, are you?
I think I know everybody.
Okay, so we should be okay going that way. Who's she?
Thanks, Dave.
Could I ask for the nature of the proposed amendment to be read into the record?
The advertisement for that?
The advertisement?
As advertised, notice is hereby given that the County of Stettler is proposing to amend bylaw 1443-10 as follows. Rezoning 10.5 acres, 4.2 hectares of Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 902-2939, located in the southeast 2838-19 west of the 4th, from the Agricultural District, Free Residence Agricultural District, as shown in the included map. The intent of the amendment is to rezone Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 902-2939, located in the southeast 2838-19 west of the 4th, where its subdivision has been applied for. The applicant is proposing to split the existing 10.5 acre parcel into 2 parcels with a minimum parcel size of 3 acres. The subdivision will make a total of 5 privately titled parcels within the border section, which triggers the requirement of the new parcels to be zoned country residence agricultural as per our municipal development plan. The bylaw may be reviewed at the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta, during regular office hours, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. Public hearing to hear representation considering bylaw 1728-24 is scheduled to be held Wednesday, October 9th, 2024 at 1 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible in the council chambers at the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta. Any person wishing to comment on the proposed bylaw may do so in writing to the Director of Planning and Development, County of Stettler, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, T0C2L0, or by email to cteal@stettlercounty.ca by October 3rd, 2024, or make representation at the public hearing. The hearing will be chaired by the Reeve. Persons wishing to join by teleconference or speak in person will be requested to state their name and address for the record upon being recognized by the chair. Council will hear verbal or written submissions from any person who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Persons may make oral presentations at the hearing regardless of whether they have provided written comments. Following the public hearing, council may proceed with second and third reading to approve the bylaw.
Thank you, Andrew. The rules of conduct will be followed during the public hearing. Written submission shall be tabled first and read into the record. Anyone wishing to support or oppose the amendment will be given the opportunity to speak up for 5 minutes. Councilors may ask questions of the speakers after each presentation for clarification purposes or direct questions to other presenters. There will be no debating between participants, presenters allowed, and any questions from the floor shall be addressed through the chair. Was there any written submissions, either in favor or against?
There were no written submissions on either side.
Okay. And is there any verbal presentations?
We do have a gallery member wishing to speak.
Okay.
Thank you. Just want to
Oh, okay.
come up to the podium, please.
There we go. Okay.
And Maureen, we'll give you've got 5 minutes and then there'll be some.
5 minutes, okay. Well, I usually don't need a mic. I have a voice that carries. I'm Maureen Mailer. My husband and I, Byron, we currently live in an acreage outside of Stettler. It's our intent to apply for rezoning. Is our son Grant is married with a family. Oops. See? Okay. And they've been looking for an acreage and they have been unsuccessful. So when we looked at this, we looked at could we possibly subdivide our acreage, which is currently 10.5 acres, and it would be a win-win for both of us, that we could both help each other. It's close to town. They're going to be here in Stettler. That's where our intent is. Okay, any questions?
Councilor Gender and then Councilor Grover.
I'll say like for the sewage outlet, is it going to be still being able to use a pump out? Or is there going to be kind of a change in there?
Currently, ours is a pump out with an underground tank. Craig explained this to me, that if we are, I think it's 90 meters past our current, then we wouldn't be affected with our sewer, but if Grant and Miranda are successful, they would have to oblige with the new field.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was checked into. Councilor Grover, you had your hand up?
I was ready to make a motion to pass it with the number one.
We are still in the public.
Well, when we get there, as soon as kids since he was a baby, and it's great to have people coming back that are contributing to the area and we're not depopulating. Okay?
But then we have to go into our bylaws after.
I can go through all the bylaws.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I guess that's good, Maureen.
Okay, so that's it.
Yeah.
What's the next process?
We'll follow through with the rest of this. So there was no other questions because we're open for questions. I guess, is there any other questions from council on process? I'll declare the portion of the public meeting closed at 1:10. Okay, so then I guess we'll go to 5. Yeah, to section 10 on bylaw. And bylaw 1728-24 land use bylaw amendment for second and third readings, page 103 of the package. Councilor Grover, you'll give it second reading. Call the question, all in favor? Councilor Gender? Okay. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. So, yeah.
I can go.
You can go, yes, you can go.
It's riveting if you want to stay.
you want to stay for the next 4.
If you want to go to sleep, just stay for a while.
I just want to make a comment. The new pest control program that's on our place, the potassium one, is really good. And I know you don't always get good comments.
Okay.
We've tried the calcium, we've tried the oil for years, and this is a new one with the potassium, and it's the best it's held up.
Well, that's great. Thank you for the very positive comments. Yeah.
Thank you very much for approving it.
Hey, we approved the bylaw, but you have to still continue through your other paperwork, or?
I have one other bylaw.
No, I'm saying with that, with the speaker.
Permit.
The subdivision application has to go through now.
Yeah, okay. Okay, 10.2 bylaw 1729-24 land use bylaw amendment for first and public hearing date, which would probably be the next council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the issue is to consider a land use bylaw amendment to add an auto repair shop major, that should typo there, that should say major, as a discretionary use in the agricultural district on lot 5, block 1, plan 162-2117. So the recommendation is that council give first reading to the bylaw, or the council amend the bylaw 1729-24 and then give first reading to the bylaw as amended, or that council defeat first reading of bylaw 1729-24 and that council schedule a public hearing for November 13th, 2024 at 1 p.m. Bylaw 1729-24 proposes an amendment to section 104.3 of the land use bylaw 144310 as amended to include automotive repair major as a discretionary use to lot 5, block 1, plan 162-2117 in the ag district. Bylaw 144310 as amended provides the following definition for automotive repair major. Means a facility where major automotive repairs, rebuilding or reconditioning of engines, general repair and replacement services are provided, including minor automotive repair services to vehicles above capacity restrictions of automotive repair minor. Typical use includes, but are not limited to, collision, auto body repair services, frame straightening, body painting, upholstery, tractor trailer tire installation shops, and vehicle steam cleaning and undercoating. The purpose of the Ag District is to support and promote an evolving agricultural industry as fundamentally important part of the county's identity and its economy to accommodate associated rural lifestyles and agricultural-related business to supplement farm income. An application was received for an automotive repair major operation on Lot 5, Block 1, Plan 162-2117 in the Ag District. The parcel contains a manufactured home, a barn, and a Quonset. The applicant is proposing to use the Quonset as a shop to operate a heavy-duty mechanic shop. Automotive repair major is neither a permitted nor discretionary use in the agricultural district. The applicant is now applying to amend the land use bylaw in support of their development permit application. The subject property is adjacent to the Stettler Airport with residential properties to the south and agricultural properties to the east and west. Range Road 20-1 that accesses the property is paved almost to the subject property's approach. The applicant has indicated that the operation is not expected to add a significant amount of traffic to the road. There is a dedicated parking spot adjacent to the Quonset for customers' vehicles. The subject property is within the town and county IDP area, but is outside of the referral zone. The IDP does not provide a land use category for this property. The applicant has indicated that he will be the only employee of the operation and he's expecting to work on 1 to 5 vehicles per week. The majority of vehicles will be kept inside of the Quonset, with the occasional vehicle being parked in the parking lot adjacent to the shop. Deliveries will be limited to parts deliveries and is not expected to create an excessive amount of traffic to the property. The shop is set back significantly from the road at 780 feet, and the property is surrounded by mature trees, which provides a natural screening from adjacent properties. The nearest dwelling is 650 feet south of the shop and is not visible due to the large trees. The property is entirely screened from adjacent property by the mature trees. So implementation and communication, the proposed bylaw will be advertised and notices set out in accordance in the Municipal Government Act. A public hearing on the bylaw will be scheduled for the November 13th, 2024 council meeting. Notice of the bylaw and public hearing will be sent to the landowners adjacent to the subject property and will be advertised in the Stettler Independent. This requires no financial commitment from the county. It's an emerging issue for the strategic plan linkages, and targeted decision date is today. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Councilor Stevens?
My only question is just a clarification on auto repair shop minor versus major. So we're considering an amendment to add auto repair shop minor.
Sorry.
But down in the general, it says, as amended, provides the following definition for auto repair majors.
Yeah. So I just noticed that was a typo on the top. So it is auto repair shop major, because what he's proposing to work on is heavy equipment, like larger trucks, and that falls under the auto repair shop major and not the minor.
Okay. With that clarification, then I'm comfortable making the motion that we give first reading to bylaw 1729-24 and set a public hearing for November 13th, 2024.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. Thank you, Rich. Okay, then I guess we can go right in order to reports. Reports, Chief Administrative Officer's report, page 112 of the package. Was there any questions on that haven't been asked? Councillor Gender?
And like on there,
I missed him.
saying that she had attended a meeting about Belky Pond. I have not really heard much, say like on the behalf of that.
So, of course, we're still brainstorming trying to come up with solutions on what to do with Belky's Pond, hopefully to get a plan in place so it doesn't disintegrate any more than it already has. So we met with Ducks Unlimited to basically, their expertise is in dams and water. We were lucky that Mr. Thompson was able to attend, and Larry and Les and Nikki and myself met with them. We went over, they had dug up a bunch of information for us. So Belky's Pond belongs to the government of Alberta. They have the license to operate it. I thought there were 2 dams at Belky's Pond. There's only one on the south end.
Southeast end, yeah.
And the north is a berm, which I think some of us were kind of surprised to hear that. It's very tough for them to move in and try to do anything with public lands. And as you can imagine, the bureaucracy, the paperwork, the red tape is almost drowning. So they did give us copies of old aerials that show how big Belky's Pond was, and of course now what it looks like. And because of the damage to the berm and to the dam, it's definitely not in as good a condition as it could be. I think our next steps probably, because the government doesn't seem to want to get into a partnership with us or Ducks Unlimited or anything to fix it. But I think they'd be willing to participate if we could come up with a valid plan. So we're going to try, maybe with Christy's help, since she's just joined us, that contact Alberta Environment, see if we can get access to an ACP grant to do a feasibility study. Like, what's it going to take to fix it? Where's it at now? Be able to interact with the landowners around adjacent to Belky's Pond. And then from that study, hoping to get a budget as to what it would take to fix, and then try to work with the government to get government grants to try and fix it. Because it's one of those projects that it's wonderful, but I think it kind of be out of our price league. Like if we put millions of dollars into Belky's Pond, we'd be taking millions of dollars out of road infrastructure or water lines, things like that. So I think that's maybe the approach. But Ducks Unlimited have been very helpful to us and very knowledgeable.
The understanding that I got from Bob is that it's a
So
government.
you already knew about the meeting?
I saw it in here, and then it's so like I did phone up Bob,
Yeah.
Bob and I do go back about 20 years. And he was just saying it is a government one. We don't dare touch it.
Yeah.
It is something that we had better let the government know that, okay, this is up to them to, okay, we need direction from them. It's not until we get direction from him.
That's interesting, because that's the same thing that come out of the meeting, Councillor Grover, because that's in. And then the next part of that was that what we request to be fixed is the dam in the southeast corner, not the berm, and then we'd have to work on the berm after. But yeah, that would come out as this followed through. So
The feasibility study seems to be a good direction to go, because number one, the government likes to study everything. They like that background. So I think with the ability to get somebody to help us with that, and plus some of the historical information that Ducks Unlimited said they would help us with, we've got a pretty good chance of putting together a comprehensive document that we could present to the provincial government.
Like when I look at this as an oasis in the middle of nowhere, but it would also be one that I wouldn't want to see it develop to the point of where I've seen so darn much camping this summer. Okay, you go into a campsite and you're packing like sardines in there. I would not want to see something like that happen in there, but we cannot keep them away once it is government controlled, and we have some control on it.
Well, right now it's day use. It's licensed for day use. So the license is quite old. So I don't know if they do much. It was a good meeting. Right?
that was a good meeting. Councillor Grover?
Yeah, I think you need environment and productive places or whatever. You should probably get a hold of that guy, because they have no problem putting that dam on the Red Deer River. I got his contact, and doing that, what the north one that they call, that's just a berm, is it? In the north one?
I thought they were two different.
Yeah, it would take,
They called it a berm with a spillway.
yeah, that's what it is, yeah. Because we were there when, I was there when they started, built that. Anyhow, I think they should, it wouldn't take much to redo that. And I don't know what would we have to do, redo with the other one?
Well, there's water in the ditch, et cetera, but it's the only thing that's actually there to block water back. So part of our concern was a spot where you do the wooden fail so that the fish would be there, et cetera. And that's where it was, we have to focus on that dam. That's where that road was with all the water in the road when we did our road tour. Yeah, so it is leaking, like something's been.
It needs a little TLC, but it's a natural.
But the owner of it is the government, so that's who.
I know that, but they said they would, I talked to the two different departments of environment, and they said you could get that back. They had it at one time and give it to the government.
This is conversations that have to be.
Yeah, they have to be done, but what I'm saying is I'd like to see it come back to the jewel that it was when I was a little guy, and I took my kids over there to go fishing, and, you know, when you take them in the camper and camp there overnight and take them to school in the morning and buy more. I think if we just say, oh, the government's got it.
No, we're setting meetings up. That's the whole thing it's to Vet and Nikki to set up.
It seems like the environment guys can get away with a lot of other stuff, and they can put a lot of pressure on the government.
Councillor Stevens and then Councillor Gender.
In discussions with a couple Alberta environment reps after the Buffalo Lake management meeting, they informed me that this Belkey's Pond is one of 81, and they've coined them as orphan projects. That when Alberta Environment and the ministry kind of split up into 3 different ministries, each of the 3 groups is somewhat waiting for direction as to which umbrella this falls under. So it seems to be caught in bureaucracy as to which minister is actually involved in this, because now part of it is under forestry, part of it is Alberta Environment. So I think this would be a prime conversation for Minister Schultz when we meet with her at RMA.
Councillor Gender.
It is one of those, like Yvette said, that we do not want to take on the burden of it. We don't know where it's going to ever end on.
No, they were responsible for it, so we need to find out what an action plan would be. That was out of the report, so is there any other questions on the report?
I have another one.
Yes, Councillor Stevens.
The meeting with fire services and the town, I understand there was considerable traction. When is our next fire advisory scheduled?
So the town is their responsibility to organize the fire advisory committee meetings, but we did firm up a date at that meeting, and it's set for November the 15th, sorry. So I'm thinking that you should be getting some kind of notice before too long. One of the items that we discussed, it was kind of a 9-month review. So we did discuss how the operations were going, equipment compatibility, the outstanding agreements with the summer villages and the villages at Denelda and Big Valley. So we need a consensus between the 2 major partners right now on the direction heading forward with the agreements with Big Valley, Denelda, White Sands and Roshan Sands. So it was agreed that we should get the fire negotiation committee together, which would be the 3 reps from the town and the 3 from the county, and decide what level of participation that each municipality wants, and then be able to go out and start negotiations with these 4 entities. So I know we're packed in meetings, so we probably will be looking later on towards the end of this month to try and get something set up between the 2 negotiation committees and move forward with that. The Station 1 renovations were discussed. We're in the design phase. Ivan sent out some documentation the other day, so hopefully that's going to be a project that we can get underway in 2024 and finish in 2025. Yeah, other than that, it was a pretty good meeting. An agreement to try to schedule them a little more often than waiting 9 months to move on. We've had some growing pains, but we've been working through them. So
That's good to hear. Just, I always hate to see things stalled after an agreement and that things are still progressing.
Okay. Any other questions on the CAO's report? Councillor Grower or Councillor Gender? One of you look up. Needed.
Go ahead. Oh, you're a gender.
No, he's gender, but somebody's got to look up. You'll move it?
Yeah.
All the question, all in favor? That's carried. Financial reports. We've got 11.2.1 accounts payable register, 11.2.2 bank reconciliation, August 31st, 2024. Reserves, August 31st, 2024. And year-to-date budget, August 31st, 2024. There are reports 11.2.1 to 11.2.4 and pages 169 to 191 in our packages. Councilor Gender, you had questions on the.
There were 4 questions on them that they did get back to me, answered them for me. Thank you very much.
Any other questions on any of the financial reports?
I'll move them, please.
Gender moves them. Call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. Councillor fee sheets, page 192 of the package. Councillor Stevens?
I'll move that we approve as presented.
It does indicate the odd councillor was vacant for quite a bit through the summer, doesn't it?
Things were a little speedy.
Okay. Any questions or concerns on them? Councillor Gender?
I just had one question, but I did want to be with Councillor Stevens to explain why he never charged on, say, like on September 16th for BLMT. He did say, okay, he combined together. Good. Thanks for the explanation. Okay. I'm a watching.
Okay, well, if no other questions, I'll call the questions. All in favor? That would be carried. Council committee reports. I did not have any for the term. What did we had Red Deer River municipal groups from Councillor Grover and Stettler Waste Management from Councillor McKay. Councillor Nyberg had numerous reports from Stettler Housing Authority, County Stettler Land Use Steering Committee, Parkland Community Services, and then Councillor Stevens had some, and Councillor Stolberg had some. But was there any questions or any highlights anybody wanted to bring up on any of the meetings? Councillor Stevens?
Just the one thing I'll highlight from the ambulance meeting, it seems like it's still the 2-step process. We, every time we think we're making headway, we seem to hit a roadblock. Parts of it were very positive in the sense that converting our second ambulance seems they've agreed to that. There's still some wording that needs to get sorted out. So we have now signed a 2-month bridge in order for our staff to negotiate the wording that we want changed in the next contract. But it has been difficult. Every time we think we're there, there's something that comes up.
Any questions on that or any other questions or comments on any of the other reports? Councillor Nikki?
Yes. through to Councillor Stevens, I believe the museum has some big event coming up, which I don't have a poster for, but you might know a little more about it.
I can get that poster sent over to you as of our last board meeting.
Okay.
It wasn't completed.
Okay, so the annual night of the museum.
They actually have multiple. So one is Light the Night coming up. One is the museum, and the third is the pumpkin chuck and bale maze event will be going on again. So I will get those sent over to you.
Perfect. The museum looks spectacular. I have seen a couple Facebook posts at the Stettler Museum Facebook site about what they have in store. I'm probably not brave enough to go, but I would challenge those who are to do so.
And while we're pointing things out on committee reports, since Mr. Nyberg is unable to join us today, we encourage all ratepayers who are interested in following along with the land use bylaw to not only look at our website, but attend the upcoming public open house events that will be going on later this month. The first one will be in Big Valley on October 22nd.
Councilor McKay?
I'll move that we accept the reports as submitted.
Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Consent agenda items. Stettler Festival of Lights was a question.
So
Okay.
wanting to know if council wants to book a table or 2 tables or.
Okay, that's what we did talk about at lunch then. So what are thoughts on that? We typically do, they typically want us there so that we can tour the silent auction items and the raffles and all of the different fundraising things that they have. But
I definitely think it's worthwhile supporting. I think it makes sense since we've had mixed results with filling 2 tables, whether we explore the option of just 1 table this year.
yes, and another option that would be too, I know typically there's a lot of staff for there. So we could maybe sponsor. If we live to what their expectations from the past are on 2 tables, we could have 2 tables and then do a draw for staff at the one other table or something that would work. Councilor Grover?
Or you could bring somebody with deep pockets to help with this.
That would stay certainly welcome that also. Yep. So we need are you?
I'm already covered.
So, no, I'm just asking, we need to give, do we need clarification here or just after or when?
It would be nice to get direction.
Okay. So tables, do we need to get 1 or 2 and?
The table is worth, how many does it seat?
8, I believe, isn't it? Pretty sure it's eight at a table, if it's like it has been in the past. Okay.
I'll make a motion that leaves some flexibility. I'll move that we purchase up to 2 tables. We instruct administration to purchase up to 2 tables, depending on availability of people that can fill.
Yeah, because I think the most important part is to have people filling seats and participating in the evening's festivities. It's a real important fundraiser for the Health Foundation. Okay, call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried. Any other questions on the consent agenda items? I know the Adult Learning Center, there was to be a session, but it was switched into the spring. Okay, if there's no other questions on them. Councilor Grover, you move. Call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried. In-camera session, legal update, White, section 27, personal information. And they would be our delegation also with Brownlee LLP. Oh, if I can have a motion to go in camera, Councilor McKay, all in favor? You in favor to go in camera? So the next meeting? Yep. Next meeting is November 13th, 2024. And could I have a motion for adjournment? Counselor Stevens, call the question. All in favor?